Three.
Now we should be inputs. Now we should do this.
So let me start like probably from homeworks. So like I would like to tell that it's really good that those of you who has kind of depths, they are back on track and they are filling all these gaps and doing their homeworks. It's great. Also, I reviewed several homeworks and like I would like to tell that great progress. So I see that you are able to solve more and more complicated tasks from the very beginning. If you remember all these like homeworks, like let's declare several variables with let or const, to something like more or less complicated, like homework 4 with all these billion of ifs. So that's great. And from the same perspective, I would like to tell that like at the very beginning, our reviews was mostly focused on kind of on helping you to make it really work. I mean on all these micro things. Should it be let or const or just a typos in syntax or something like this? And while you are getting more experience, review commands are also getting to kind of more complicated level. And they are trying to make not only just work, but to make it more or less nice, or like at least like scalable solution, readable solution. So if somebody would read your code once more, they would be easy to understand what's going on. So after this like homework 4, I would like to show you like several things or several hints. First one is pretty simple. If you remember the homework, there is a task related to math. So please calculate mathematical expression. I saw that a lot of you implemented this using eval function. That's not good, not bad, like, but overall in production environment, don't use it, please. For homework, it's fine, but for production environment, no. Let me explain why. Overall, if you will go to MDM for this function, you will see like, I don't know, 5 screens of text, why you shouldn't use it. But TLDR is dangerous. So if it happens that like, if you see this example, yeah, let me try. So is it fine now? So idea is that what's the danger of this thing? The danger of this thing that theoretically user input might be part of these arguments. And imagine that I would write it something like 3 plus 5 and alert QWERTY. If you like, it's not hard problem to guess that you will see this annoying pop-up window with like QWERTY. And like annoying pop-up is the like is not a problem really, but if you, for example, build in something kind of banking application or something like that, and you are doing this kind of mistake, then user input might get into eval and execute it. And so in this situation, this malicious user can literally do whatever they want. They can steal your password, they can do operations on behalf of you, transfer money, whatever. And that's why this function exists for historical reasons, but it's strongly recommended to avoid it, though it's still fine for homework. because like asking you to implement this calculator that would do all this math is pretty hard task, to be honest. And it's a bit out of scope of this course. Another thing is about readability. Also, if you've seen these last homework, it's pretty huge. So it's like, depending on implementation, it's like 100, 200 lines of code. And it's a lot of ifs. And they are nested one in another, and like ifs, else, ifs, and so on and so on and so on. So it starts, and like I noticed one of the like it starts to be complicated to read and maintain this code. So as an example, I've noticed the same problem in several diffs. It's the copy-pasted things that was not removed. I imagine that like you copy-pasted section of if, copy-pasted it, and then fixed them. But it ends up with several sections like literally the same. And it's just a sign that overall complexity of this code starts to grow more than you can afford, like human can afford to maintain because of limitations of their mind. That's why recommendation, we also kind of given you a tool to fight with this. Please cut these large things into smaller with functions. That's kind of a solution. And it's like kind of recommendation to do that. Kind of. Well, do you have any questions about that?
What can we use instead of EO?
Theoretically, if you are doing math, you need to implement something on your own, or find a library that calculates these expressions. I can send later a link into our channel, but it's kind of bit more related to computer science rather than this course. It's not super complicated problem, but again, it's just out of scope. If you are interested, I will send the link and you can find the solution. And usually in normal life, I don't remember any time I need eval function for probably previous 10 years. So it's something like really, really, really rarely required in your like daily work. Maybe sometimes, but even if you are going to use it, please consider these security concerns. Input to this function should be super strongly validated, and user input should not go there. Like that. So let me then return to kind of the lesson plan, and let's shortly let's kind of remember we have and we learned three things already. It's HTML, it's CSS, and it's JavaScript. And you might notice that these things are sometimes you can do things with both, like for example HTML or CSS. For example, you can have something like H1 with a large, which would give you header with the large letters, or you can do something like this div class large and CSS with like super large text. So and on top of that you have JavaScript. So could you please kind of formulate what is the difference and purposes of all these three things that we discussed?
HTML is content,
CSS is like loops consistent and JavaScript is
Communication with the user.
Yeah. So basically, you like all your answers are right. So if we're talking about HTML, it's usually just static content. It's kind of hard to impossible to do something like dynamic that is changing in response of another user actions or like in response to what's going on server. Kind of imagine like implementing Facebook with pure HTML. Like how to do this? To be honest, hell knows. And with CSS adds a little bit of actions. For example, you can do something like if cursor is on top of something, you can show something else.
Like a button. Like a button.
Like a button, yes, you can, or like a hint, you know, like question mark. You hover cursor on this thing and something appears. All these things can then be implemented with CSS. And you know, if you can search in Google, you can even find examples like moving Homer Simpson in pure CSS. But still, it's really hard to build interaction with the server or kind of to build real application that really does something, except kind of just animating pictures. And that's why, or here JavaScript comes into the game. So at previous part of like JavaScript, you learned JavaScript itself. So it's the language, all these ifs, fors, like ifs, else, variables, like standard tooling and other things. And it was focused on language itself. Then we are kind of now we want to expand the scope of your knowledge and add or show you tools how to use JavaScript to make your pages dynamic and to make it kind of to link your knowledge of JavaScript itself with like browser, pages, HTML, CSS, and other things, and actually to give you a chance to build something more or less like combined from all these tools. And for this, I need to take a step back and tell a little bit about JavaScript, browser, server, and other things. So so again, let's take a look at, for example, Facebook or YouTube or whatever else. You have a web page. And how do you think it works? So I do mean, does it store all this data that like all, for example, if we're talking about Facebook, all those pictures that somebody else makes a photo, or like all comments of your friends or something like this?
No, like cookies or databases.
Yeah, so idea is that we cannot afford ourselves, like due to technological limitations and due to kind of how the world works and world is built, we cannot afford ourselves to store data in browser. And that's why overall design of web pages follows like client-server approach. And what does it mean? That we have a client, which is basically like web page, and we have a server that stores data, and like, for example, it works as a middleware or kind of mean of communication between users. Like when I'm writing the command, then like this server is used to deliver this command to whoever is subscribed to, like me. And overall, this approach, like with client and server, is really popular in software engineering. There is like kind of front-end part that is user-facing, and there is a back-end part that is kind of do all this dirty job. And kind of they communicate between themselves. So in our case, like our page is kind of works as a client. If we are talking about just HTML page, it's very kind of dumb client. It just loads the HTML from server side and shows this thing.
Could we be a server somehow?
From browser. Or
If I want to become a server and then, you know, is that possible?
theoretically and with very large number of hacks. But overall idea is that there is your web page, there is a server, and you can exchange data with the server, and server might exchange data with some other page, and overall this starts to kind of be glued together and work.
So you're basically going to store your data in the server
Yes.
and then just pull it out anytime you use it.
Yeah, usually it's something of this kind. Server might give you additional like functionality, for example, authorization. If we are talking about, again, about banking application, imagine all this Danske Bank or whatever else bank you have thing. Kind of, you need to like this server thing should kind of ensure that you is really you. It's you and not is you kind of just a bad guy that wants to steal somebody's money.
So basically, let's say a website like YouTube. The videos that we're watching on YouTube are being pulled from the server or they are on the website?
Kind of. They are pulled from the server, and to be honest, the answer is not yes or no, because like the whole complex like web page, this like what is shown is from in browser and server side, they kind of form the full system. So the site is not only what you see in like your browser, it includes all this plumbing behind you in the server that are not visible.
Backend or?
Yes, it's like usually in terms of like if we're talking about software engineering, this is called like front end for all these technologies that are used to for with user interaction, and backend. Thanks. And they as a whole system. So for imagine heating. So we have all these batteries in our building. They are nice, fancy. There is a knob, but they won't work if there is no like power station that burns the gas and heats. And it's the same story. We have.
So like a physical place in the world, or it's like
It's like your computer.
Yeah.
You can also make terror from your computer.
Yes. Yeah. All these things are true, and let me explain a little bit more. Usually, what is kind of, if you're talking about huge companies like I don't know, Google or even like Uber, when we with Ahmed are working, usually we have a just huge building and a lot of computers, and there is like racks like as a 2 meter tall, and there is kind of hundreds and even probably thousands or even hundreds or thousands of all these servers that are connected with the network. And they serves your data. And if we're talking about YouTube, that's usually like really huge set of all these servers, physical, with a lot of hard drives that really stores your video. Because like you can imagine that all these videos are really huge in terms of size, and you can guess how much video do they have in YouTube.
Billions or billions.
It's probably something like more than any normal human can imagine. And there, sorry. Yes, you're welcome.
How is it different?
Database is kind of just a system that runs on all these backend servers. So database, so imagine that you have a file system. So you know all these like folders at your computer. And database is kind of, so certain extent, it's also a database because there is a data on your file system and you can just read it. And your server might be the thing that, like, when you send request, like, please give me the data, it just reads file from file system and answers. And for example, pretty simple solution for web page is like you can put HTML pages on your file system and just ask the server to return them if a browser asks for that. And databases are usually just stores the data in another format.
So it's like a transfer. Transfer. The database is a transfer.
Just
The communication.
no, it really stores the data, but you can ask it like this whole. It's kind of structured data. I mean that kind of if we are talking about file system, you have just the files. It might be whatever you can put whatever you want there. Like might be photo, it might be, I don't know, music, it might be video, it just might be just a garbage. And in databases, we have a structured set of properties. For example, if you're building database for banking application, it would be probably my name, my address, like total amount of my money and so on.
So it means database which are database, the data has to have a certain format.
Yes. So actually, if you are building database, we are actually configuring our data has following format, and like it ensures that if we are writing there, like okay, data is correct. If we are reading, it returns in the proper format. And regarding another question, if we can run the server at your own laptop, answer is yes. And I even have special example for this case. There is this minimal server application written in JavaScript, and it just returns this kind of lazy page with almost nothing. And let me just start it. So we started this server application, and now we can go here it is. So theoretically, server is just literally any computer, though like large companies that serves a large amount of user traffic, they have pretty special hardware, like much more powerful than a laptop. They have kind of additional reliability things. For example, it's very natural for them to have two power supplies. If one is dead or one power line is dead, it would work using another. And like kind of, there is sometimes hot swap things, so you can pull something from the server and replace. But still, it's just a computer that runs special software. In my example, I built this special software that just returns a pretty simple HTML page.
But if I want to visit your page, your laptop must every time download. Right?
Yes, that's another question that I can talk to my application with my server on my laptop just because like it's like just talking to you. We are in the same place. But if I want to kind of make it accessible from the world, I need to kind of, let's simplify it, connect this thing to internet and publish it in internet so it would be visible. The whole discussion how to do this is again a bit out of scope of this lesson. But yes, you're right. My laptop or whatever would it be should run persistently and provide this service.
Do we need to create a server every time we want to put a page online, or?
Hosting, right? To post.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good question. And overall answer is yes. So there should be a server if you want to serve your page to somebody else except you and maybe, I don't know, your mom that is sitting like near your table. Usually you are like depending on what you need. It might be your real physical hardware connected to internet, or usually you buy something from providers. I don't know, it may be Amazon, it might be Google, it might be like some kind of your local company, and kind of in all these cases you get kind of hardware that you can run something there. Sometimes there is constructors of websites. I don't know if you maybe heard like Wix or something of this kind, that you can build a page from like in simple way, and they are responsible for kind of being server for you on your behalf.
But isn't that a blog?
Blog is actually again works at somebody's hardware. So blog is web page, and there is something on the back that stores all this data, and that like any browser can ask for it.
And blog is still a website. Website and blog is the same thing.
Yeah. Blog is like one special kind of web pages. And then let's talk about now when we discuss overall architecture. So we have a server, we have a web page, we have JavaScript, we have HTML, CSS, and other things. Let us talk a little bit about like what is usually called like environments or something like this. So there is a JavaScript. It's just a language. And if you have seen like all our previous examples, so they was mostly focused on JavaScript itself. So ifs, else's, for eaches, I don't know, const, arrays, manipulation, object, and other stuff. It's kind of, we have not talked any time about how we communicate with real world. The only thing that we actually did through all these previous lessons is we were printing something to console. That's all our communication. And like now we want to kind of, that actually was by intention, because we don't want to introduce kind of environments question, or how are you talking and where your code is running. And if you noticed, you can run your code in Visual Studio, like you can like press some crazy hotkey and it would run it, or you can copy this code in the browser and run it, or you can kind of put it into a file, include it into HTML, and make browser to run it. So the whole story that JavaScript can be executed in different kind of situations. We want like one of those situations is inside browser. And actually on previous lessons, we usually use this browser environment. For example, with this inspect element and like do something like console log blah, blah, blah. So overall, JavaScript as a language might be also executed in server environment. And like here is this example. We would talk about this case more, probably something around March or something like this, when we would talk about Node.js. But overall idea is following. There is a JavaScript as a language. It can be executed inside browser, and it can be executed on server. We are focusing on the case when JavaScript is executed inside browser. because our main goal for this section is to learn a little bit how to interact with real world. And this time we want to focus on interacting with browser and interacting with web page itself. So to draw something there, at least to make it like to make first steps to learn this tooling, how to do something useful. And kind of that's probably all for this like high level overview about servers, about environments, about other things. Do you have any questions? Okay, let's then focus on how these things works in browser. So overall, I don't know, do we need to make a break or? Okay, because it's like a change of the theme, so it might be good thing for a pause. Okay, let's talk about browsers and JavaScript. So if you, I think that you do remember HTML. So what is like the page from HTML perspective? It's the set of tags. Just tags, one tag put into another tag is put into the third tag, and it's like just this kind of thing. Overall, this thing is called tree. Let me explain why. So in computer science, there is a concept called tree, and it's very natural and it's used very frequently. What's idea? Idea is that was probably permanent marker. Let me try to draw something. So idea is that let's talk about again file system at your computer. Do you remember if you are talking about Windows, there is like disk C. Then in disk C there is the Windows folder. Then in Windows folder there is System32 folder and System64 folder. If we're talking about OS X and other Linux, Unix variations, we have like home folder for your user, and there is a documents with your documents, downloads with like kind of downloads, and whatever folders else you created. So overall idea is pretty simple. We have like so-called root for its starting point, and we have children. So if we're talking like, okay, like Windows or
we cannot see anything.
okay,
Maybe we use this one here.
let me try.
Is there a marker?
Can you put it in the middle?
We can put it in the middle.
So idea is that we have okay, that's not marker. We have the very beginning. Usually it's called a root, like in trees. So, like for example, there is then Windows, there is then System32, and like I don't know, whatever else, like other files in the structure. You can imagine it's like a tree. There is beginning, like root, and there is the branches. Branches can have their own branches, and so on and so on and so on and so on. And if we are talking about HTML, if we are talking about HTML page, it's the same story. So we have we have the very beginning of the page, and we know that this thing contains in itself HTML tag. Yes, then HTML might contain or normally contain tag body. Let's take a look at my example. What else goes here? So in this example on the screen, head contains script and link to CSS. If we're talking about body, there is H1, there is one div, there is another div, and there is OL and several div. That's actually the idea, that we can think of HTML and of your page like having this mental model of tree. There is kind of children-parent relationships. So there is HTML is parent to this to HTML and the body. And for HTML, head and body are children. And if we are talking about terminology, these are siblings. So kind of then like it's the way how to think about HTML if you are working. It's the way actually how a browser inside in implementation of the browser, it uses this model. And from our perspective, when we are writing JavaScript that should kind of influence the page, we can use the same mental model to work with it. So that's kind of concept. Any question?
How the browser views CSS for JavaScript? Is it the same way?
No. So actually, if we're talking about CSS is separate thing, and browser parses HTML, analyzes it, and builds a structure of this kind in memory. And also it reads CSS. And then it understands, okay, here is this text, here is CSS. So this tag should be drawn with like color red because it's written in CSS. This tag is called like should be drawn kind of shifted in like I don't know 50 pixels because it's like position absolute and like right or left like 50 pixels. There is a lot of tricks and magic to make these things work fast because like you are like imagine like again YouTube or Facebook. If you open the inspector and see how much text do you have there, it's like just enormous. It's like just brain damaging. And if you also open CSS, you might have like, I don't know, 2 megabytes of CSS. So it's also required to optimize these things to make it work, but it's again still a bit out of scope of our discussion. It's interesting question, but kind of let's postpone it because it's a bit not right direction. And actually, JavaScript internally is also represented as a tree, but it's also again story out of scope of our discussion. So actually, two kind of that's from perspective of idea or concept. Now let's shift a little bit to like technological part and how it works and how it's used, why it's used, and so on. And in browser or like we have a concept called DOM, I think that you should already notice these words while you are reading documentation. It's a call, it's like acronym or like that full form of this is document object model. So it means that if you remember, we learned objects in JavaScript. And the idea about document object model is that all these elements in a tree, there is corresponding object, JavaScript object that is accessible in your browser. So if you want to do something with, for example, this div, you need to ask somehow browser, like browser, give me object that represents this div. And then you have a set of methods to operate it. Like if you remember arrays. Arrays has like all this push method, pop, shift, and shift. And idea is similar in this situation. You have a div with array of children. You can for each through these children. You can put one more child or remove child from this array of children of this div. And overall, this kind of, let's call it concept or all these things in JavaScript called document object model. Please, like kind of MDN is your friend. So don't forget to read these docs. And blah, 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 you can read. There is really, really, really lot of them of documentation. But let's start from the very beginning. What is the very beginning? If we want to manipulate the page, we need to find something. We need to find like the tag in this tree and apply operations to it. And now let's, like it's 1 p.m. Let's have a 5-minute break. And then we continue to kind of technological things. Also, like, please think of questions about this, all these concepts and like this. So time for coffee. And probably any objections if I open the Bro, if you know the data Thank you. Because it's hard to build. But nothing is planted. Open it.
Oh, I have it.
That's that they taking. Другой. It's good. Yeah, it's good. This can make them more like.
Make sure that you.
Yes. Watching myself.
Yes.
Please, man. I'm second.
Oh, I'm doing this.
Yeah, definitely want to be there again. I don't know which man. Yeah.
Like, I'm for you was. Fine science for when it's Oh, yeah. When I was talking about how much data there is on, I think you should have a look. Like half of the. Yeah. Yeah. We have a YouTube channel.
Oh, yeah, up here you can see. Oh,
I don't. Share your.
I know. I will do it.
This is my life.
That's okay.
I don't think friends are not interesting enough.
I'm gonna go. Are you?
No, it was not a day. Day out. I just put day out. It's a Sunday. I didn't think of it. One day vacation. Actually, it's good one.
Oh my
I'm 100% sure that you're fine. I'm not believing. Yeah, I agree with that.
Then see where you are. But I give her. What? I already did it, so. What do you mean we know that?
How do you use last time?
I don't have my.
She doesn't know about this.
No, I don't have my notes, and there is how to read. You don't remember it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm just watching. You're bang or not? You had another.
You know that there was where is You're missing This is before, right? But this like the homework,
Yeah, that's Yeah.
Okay, that's because it's like you take the whole that And then also talk about it. And then they create also brand. So every time you make your homework, it's not a and that branch is
Oh, no.
So.
Oh.
And then how do we take in the. For the day. Yeah, but I don't.
Yeah.
Somehow.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of time. Let's start. Keep going.
Yeah.
Oh, we can hear outside.
Oh, let's start. Who is it? I bring my own. So let us so during previous hour we discussed all these kind of concepts that works behind, and let's now transform it to something more kind of useful. And we discussed that there is this tree representation of HTML. Let's learn how to interact with it. So first of all, let me tell you about one important thing. It's called document. Have anybody of you seen this thing in your homeworks or wherever else? So, okay, so this document is this root of HTML, of our page. So document is this thing. So it's our kind of entry point to all our tags. If we want to find something on our page, we are picking document. This variable is always accessible to us. It's like a so-called global variable that is visible in each and every context in your code base. So this here we have this document and we can use it to find something. Let us play a little bit. So there is a Rene would like to join our games.
Like I'm watching you.
So we have document. There is children. It's kind of array with only one thing, with HTML tag. If we are talking about these debugging tools, they are really helpful because I take this document children and get answer, and I can hover pointer to something, and it would highlight the thing in in the site itself. It's really helpful to debug and to understand. Yes, so this HTML collection is kind of smart. Treat it as a smart array. So that's why, for example, we can do like this. Since it's array, we are getting HTML tag. And so kind of
find a specific line with document.
Specific. So there is no lines actually. So if we are talking about HTML, we should think in terms of trees like this, not in terms of line, like, you know, if so we are not thinking in terms of Google Docs. It's not line 55 position like column 34.
Okay, can you find the second child of OL with document?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm just showing you several examples. There is this like naive way of doing things. You pick. So let us go to this whiteboard and think, how can we find this guy?
Just ask the OL.
Yeah, let us. So we have this document variable. We want to get this guy. What should we do?
Step by step.
So all answers are right, but let's then go through like one by one. First one is we can find HTML among the children. Then we can find body. Then we can find the last div. Then we can find OL, and then we can find read. Let me demonstrate you this in code.
What should be right there?
Yes, let me demonstrate. So we have document. It's this. It's take some beer. So we have a document as an entry point to all this thing. Then we have children. Children contains all these child nodes of the document. If there is only one child, is HTML. So let's pick it. Like, okay, we have HTML. HTML is still part of the tree, and we can do children again. If you can see, there's head and body. Yes, so we need to pick children with one, it would be body. Then body contains a lot of garbage. Among that garbage, there is this div with OL. And we have H1, div, div and another div.
Children too.
Yes. So it would be children 2. And we can like go. guess what? That's really this div.
So wait a second, so we should right now go children 3 to pick up the OLness?
We need to pick children 0 to pick OL, not children 3, but just children. Let's take a look. This div contains OL, the only single child.
Okay,
So it's like children 0.
why did we go back to 0? I thought we were going down.
Yes, but like these indexes are like this. It's indexes in this array.
Oh,
So this first child is 0, second child is 1.
yeah,
Again, here we have three children,
oh, yeah.
and first would be 0, second 1, third 2.
Yeah.
Like just as in arrays.
Understood.
And then, so we finally have this OL, and let's pick its children. And yeah, children 1. And we finally got this annoying last Lee in the depths of this tree. As you can see, this looks like a nightmare.
Yeah.
And nobody ever should do this. It's just for you as an example how these things works internally. And like there is several other fancy examples. If we are talking about like siblings, so there is previous siblings and next sibling. So it's like for the last Lee, we can take a look at previous thing. Kind of, this doesn't look any better than what we saw, and the situation is pretty similar. We can also, let me return back to something simpler because it's like sounds like a nightmare. So we have this HTML tag, and we can take parent. It would be document parent element. What? It should be document. So there is like if you have an element, you can find parent, and you can find siblings, and you can find children with all these things. But as you may notice, this is not the easiest way to write the code. And for example, like you can write it, but if somebody, including you, would try to read it in a day or 2 or 3, you would fail, or you have to spend enormous amount of time to figure out what this like 2 strings line really means. So that's why usually if we are doing like this, there is a better API or better methods to find something. And they are based on the same they are based on the same idea as CSS. Let's remind a little bit of CSS. So it's like cascade style sheets. So let's take a look at some kind of CSS. If you want to explain the syntax of CSS, how it would look like. So we have several examples of these things, but kind of as a recall, what would be definition of CSS syntax? So yeah, I think that all answers are right, but generalizing, there is thing called selector. So this thing is selector. This thing is also called selector. It's the way how to tell, I want to pick this tag or this set of tags. And there is these curly braces, and there is like tuning or fine tuning of how this thing should look like. And there is a plenty ways to kind of write these selectors. It's like by tag name, by class, by ID, like blah, 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 I don't have such tag, but anyway. And we can combine these selectors. I mean that we can do like h1 dot large. It means that we choose something with class large inside of h1. Or if we are talking about like our example with our favorite like Lee, we can do like this div Lee. So we are interested in divs that contains this Lee. And let me, I don't know why it's complaining. It thinks it's very smart. As you see, it makes our leaves to be green. No surprises. And idea is that with CSS, we can pick something on our page. And we have this notion of selectors that points to something. We can do the same with JavaScript. And idea is that document contains fancy methods called query selector and query selector all. So what is it? So it takes CSS like selector and returns set of HTML tags or object that corresponds to that tags as a result. If we're talking about query selector, like dot large, it should return me div class large. Query selector for like returns the first tag that it can find. If we are talking about query selector all, it returns all tags. So as an array. So let's leave. And we have these like two Lee tags. And what is also interesting, all these elements in the tree, they are similar. So they share the same methods. So I can find, for example, div. So I can find all divs. And I want to find OL that lives inside div. And let me look this. So I find this OL, and inside like here, yeah, I can do query selector again, and I can find whatever I want. For example, I want to find Lee.
Query selector here will be applied to the whole document or only the OL?
Only OL. So that's idea that all these nodes, they are similar and they provide the same set of functionality. And they are kind of literally the same. That's why, for example, you can simplify your life, like working in limited context.
Can you explain again the fonts?
So let me try again. So what I want to have, I want to find this OL tag and store it in variable so I can do something to it. And so like it's as in normal JavaScript. So if you want to use it somehow later several times, it really makes sense to put it into variables so it's easy to access. Also, you need to understand, like it's a bit out of scope of the question, but that all these calls, like document query selector, all they are not super cheap in terms of time. If you have giant page, imagine how much time would it take for browser. Like, okay, we have powerful processors and we have powerful devices, but still imagine if you have a billion of tags. I don't know, billion is a bit too much, but even 10,000 of tags, and you want to find Lee at the bottom of this thing. It's like it would take a lot of time. That's why if you can, if you need to access to the tag multiple times, it makes sense to store it into the context in the constant or in the variable.
So a question. Right now we have only one OL here.
Yes.
And as you explained it to us, the previous way, you went like, document dot children and then 0 and then 1, choose this one, not that one. If we had, for example, 2 OLs, how do we choose, for example, the specific one that we need?
Usually you do this by kind of adding classes and IDs to branches of your tree. So imagine you have kind of 2 blocks with OLs. And one block is, for example, I don't know, holidays, and another block is guests. And you want to work with guests list. So you wrap this OL in a div with, for example, div class guests. Let me illustrate, let me show you this thing. So I have this, my blah, blah, blah page.
This is large, another div.
Div class holidays. And div class
So happy to see the HTML again. So beautiful. Gives me this deep happiness.
Merry Christmas.
Christmas.
So we have this kind of page like holidays and like guests. So we are doing like this document query selector, and we are doing div dot guests OL. Here it is.
So div dot guest.
Yeah, so it works the same way as
Actually, it should be used div dot, can we use just dot guest?
yes. Sorry, I have to kind of explain this. So this syntax deeper, but both both way it works. If you write div dot guests, it means only div tags with guest class
Has the OL.
that has OL in it.
So
If I write dot get,
That has guest, but there has no OL.
no, it's
So if we write down div dot guest, so it will be reference to the div or to this OL.
to the OL. So it's like
And also guest OL, it's also will be reference to the OL. It's the same.
This is like a shortcut.
these 2 things.
Yeah.
So let me. So in this page, it's the same. But imagine that I have another like an anchor with. So imagine that we have like just I don't know, somebody drunken doing something like this. A plus guests and here we have OL again. So if we do, like, let me save this thing. So if we are doing like this, query selector and selector all, we would have two OLs, one from this A, another one from div. If we are doing div guests, we would have only one. So overall, if we're talking about CSS selectors, they are kind of very rich thing. And let me show you.
One question.
Better to type full address, yeah.
Yes, exactly, because like it removes the chance for mistake. You can also use IDs.
It's better.
No, in practice, IDs. So in practice, IDs are usually used very rarely. But kind of let me. So here is the syntax of CSS selectors, and the same for document query all. And as you can see, there is just an enormous amount of all these weird things, how you can find something. With working with CSS, you would learn all these things, but I don't want to make it super complicated right now, because it's like a huge reference, blah, blah, blah. It would just destroy everybody's mind.
But if we have to do this same class name and we want to just one, what we should do? Can we do one of them? And
Yes,
then
yes,
select
yes.
that?
So theoretically, you need to be able to understand how to distinguish these things. So while, for example, writing HTML, you have to mark them somehow so JavaScript can distinguish them.
I have one question. Would you please go back to the code on the console that you can?
Yes, of
That website.
course.
Yeah, this one. You wrote document.query selector. If we don't add the all, it would select
The first one, yes. And what is first is like other good question, because it depends on how you can traverse through this tree. So generally, it's better not to rely on this kind of thing that query selector would choose some like first element, because what is first is not trivial answer.
So it's better to always add the all in the end.
No, if you are, for example, if you are writing small component, so with several tags, and you understand that there is only one div in your component, you can do query selector all, query selector, and no worries. But if you are working on the whole page, writing code that touches the whole HTML page, it's not the best idea to like rely on the fact that query selector would find something.
Should we, for example, change documents for the another name? For example, if we get the variable or const with name body, yeah, for example. So can we write it down body dot query selector?
Yes,
and then-
yes. So we can do like, let's do this const body equal to document. Here is example when I can use query selector, because I know there is only one body tag in the page. So I'm confident and I'm just doing like body. Boom.
And then body, for example, if we want to get some
Query selector.
or L or D,
Yeah, that's fine. So we know that there is a lot of else. That's why it's better to use query selector all. And okay,
so it's easiest way, no? So we can just find it directly elements in parent. No?
Yes, yeah, we can. So actually, we can combine these approaches. So if you remember, we use these children of children of children of children.
Yeah.
It's basically the same, but in more convenient way.
Another question, what if we have one JS code, one file of JS linked to two HTMLs? How are we going to select the HTML that we want?
Good luck supporting this. You should. So it's it's bad idea to do this. Just that's an answer. You would suffer.
Is it the same as that we have one CSS to two HTMLs?
Yes,
So
it's
it means don't.
yes. So theoretically, you can do a little bit of magic and understand I'm at page 1 or I'm at page 2. But in practice, don't do this.
Because it would take a long time and it's.
Yeah, because like, overall there is there is one problem in software engineering is maintainability of your product. So imagine that you spend a little bit of time and write a component or some write web page. Then you improve it and add a little bit more. Then in a week you add even more. And soon it transforms to a monster. Because it would be, I don't know, 15K lines of JavaScript and like a 10K of HTML. Nobody can maintain this. And even you won't be able to do this in a month, like after the last change. That's why there is things that technically would work, but in practice it would cause a lot of problems. And it's generally to find the answer how to do things. You have to like do something, make mistake, understand that it's painful, and try to do it in other way. As an example, this homework for week 4 for JavaScript, it's like 2 screens of JavaScript with a lot of ifs. It's a really hard thing. And it makes sense to cut it into smaller functions for maintainability and to simplify for yourselves how to read it. And it's the same story. If you have one JS or one CSS for 2 pages, it would be painful. Technically, it's possible, but it's like wash your hands after when you came into the house. Technically, you can not do this, but better do.
Can I ask about the type model in the script? If you connect script, so it's like type model. So how to use it and should you use it?
It's probably a bit out of scope of discussion, but the whole story that there is different. So it's partially related to the previous question of structure and of how we are simplifying ourselves life. We are cutting small things into large things into smaller. And there is kind of thing called module. Usually it's a file.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the way how browser interacts with backend, with server side to download these things.
Just
At this moment, it doesn't matter.
you assign the
Is yes. Let me let me give you a rule of thumb about const and lets and vars. First of all, don't use vars ever. That's all. Second thing, if you want to declare a variable, declare it with const. If you understand so it should be on your fingertips. Const, variable name, something. If you understand for like while you are writing next part of the code of the function, for example, that you are changing this thing, like replace it to that. But still, like again, if we are talking like from technical perspective, I can do like this, and that's perfectly fair.
What is that? What body?
Yeah, I just defined variable with let. There is
Yeah, so the same question, so could we get the same element
yes,
in the different variables?
yes, it would be this. Do you remember stories about reference types
Yeah,
and
it's possible.
yes, so let us remember story about like types in JavaScript. There is types that are copied by values, it's numbers, booleans, strings, and there is things that are kind of works by reference. It's objects, arrays. All these things that are in DOM tree, they are references. They are just normal JavaScript objects, and that's why they are references. So this body 2 and this body are absolutely the same, and we can work with one, and it would change.
So if we have pushed something in the body, so it will be changing the another.
Yes, because there is really only one body of the page. It's like just one way of reaching it or another way of reaching it, but for sure it's the same thing. And let's make one more step. Let's try to think how. So we figured out how to find things on the page. Let's think of how can we modify them. Let's.
Why do we want to find them?
Hmm?
Why do we want to?
Because we want to modify them. Otherwise, like, what's the sense of searching something if you don't need that? So, okay, let's start with one more method. It's called create a document, create element. So guess what it does?
Create something.
Yes. So, let's no, we are brave today, so let's create a div.
Named div.
So like, what a surprise, like just a just a Christmas miracle, but we have this div, but when we hover like cursor on it, we don't see in our tree.
But it is in the HTML script.
No, that's the trick. We created it, but it's detached, so it's not attached to this tree. So it's like our tree, and we decided to like plan one more tree in this spot.
In the clouds.
And it's our div. It's in another like play. It's not connected.
Another dimension.
It's in another dimension. Yes.
Like we just wanted to ruin Christmas.
It's connected.
No, it's not connected. It's
Not yet.
yeah, it's not yet. We have this tree, and we planted this div in like our box on our balcony. And we can do the magic. We can
Why do I want to do that?
let me show you the next steps.
If you open.
Anna, please don't try to explain it like it's easy.
So let me just show you next steps, and you'll understand. So we have body that we already found like 10 minutes ago. And we can call method call append child to add this div. So now you see it's our div. And now when we are hovering this thing, okay, there is this empty div at the end of the page. So the logic is following. You are creating something and then you are attaching it to the tree.
Okay, so if you wanted to attach it, you should give it like body append child.
Yeah, or you can attach it to any other place. For example, I don't know. Selector. Lee. Let's find just any Lee in the page and append child, and let's put this new div here.
Okay, so it sends to the first LA because we didn't write all.
Yeah. It just, so idea is that you can create a tag and you can use this append child method to attach it wherever you like.
Okay, but I'm sorry. Why should we do it in JavaScript like this?
Could you propose alternative? Imagine that, so there is two answers to this question. Imagine we are doing Facebook.
Yeah.
And we are receiving updates from the server that your friend writes a comment. You want to draw this on your page. So you can do something of this kind, like I received the comment, thing, create div, fill it with the text, and put it on your page. And Ahmed wants to tell something.
How can I add an element to the unordered list of the orders? Can I add item to the one of the lists I have?
Another lead? Yes.
Yeah, another lead.
Yes, we can. So let's find like OL. Let me reorder a little bit because it would be more convenient. So now we understand how to create tags and how to attach them to tree. Now the question is like, this tag is empty. What's the use of it? No, that's why we need tooling to fill the tag with the text. Let's just, I don't know, let's find the first Lee we have. I already spoiled it, so let me reload the page to have something like nicer. We have this Lee. And let's try to change its content. Your text. What do you want to write there? Foo. Let it be foo. Boom. It starts to be foo. Yes. So if it's usually the same. The question is, there is really a lot of different methods and properties in objects, and they are kind of legacy. I mean that, yes. So overall, if you want to use something, please read the documents on this. And in MDN, if method or property is deprecated, then it's written explicitly. Don't use it, it's deprecated. So just choose whatever. Yes, whatever you need, but it's not deprecated. So there is a little bit of difference. There is inner text and inner HTML. We can do something like this. Do you see?
Oh, we can assign the text inside the.
No, it's that is the magic. In this case, it's just a text. It's not tags, it's text.
It's a string.
Yes, 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 exactly.
But the difference between inner HTML and inner text, then both are text, right?
And so div with content. So one thing is treated as text anyway. Another thing is treated as HTML. So here is one more way of adding HTML things into your kind of into your tree. Sometimes you can use it, sometimes no. Overall, let me give you a little bit context on this lesson at all. We are teaching you right now with this low-level fundamental things, how browser works or how you are interacting with browser. Normally, people are not using these things because they are using React or Angular or any other framework.
But it's important to understand it because you rarely have anything steady. Just living it.
So it's like, unfortunately, it's like with math in school. You have to learn how to like add 1 to 2.
Like the concept.
Yeah, then you can start using calculator or computer, or I don't know. You might go to the university and they would teach you all this higher mathematics, so that like just makes your depression and other things.
I have a question to all of you. But Anton refreshes the page now. Will we get with content or will we get the content before JavaScript? Will we get the updated content or the old content?
Yeah, that's a good.
We get the old one.
Why don't we get the new one? Didn't we just update it here?
Because we didn't save it.
Oh, it's just a browser.
But we are able to see it, right?
Yeah.
It's in the web page. So.
You're not changing code.
Sorry, I'm confusing you.
So
Yeah, yes. Yeah.
I'm already blown.
If you write things in this.
Would you please update that page?
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
Yes.
Was it the origin?
yes, it's how it was. So Ahmed is confusing you, but he is confusing you in the right way. And so what's the idea? We talk about server side and client side and browser environment and server. In this situation, we are changing. So at the very beginning, when we reload the page, we are loading page from the server side, but we don't touch what is stored on the server. We are playing this in-memory representation that lives in browser. That's why when you press F5 or Ctrl-R or whatever else shortcut you have, we ask server again, please give us what you have, and server returns the same. Just because like our server just serves this static HTML, this HTML and this CSS and this JS.
It reminds me of an online test. It reminds me of an online test.
Yes, to a certain extent it is.
Every time gives you some information, you do it, this one is right, but every time you refresh it, it goes back to the first.
Yes, that's actually the story about like server side and browser side or client side. If you want to store something persistently, you need to pack this data and send it to the server. And server can use, for example, database to put this data there and like to persist it. And then next time when you reload the page or your friend goes to the same page, server would return whatever was stored.
So every time someone posts, like an example, a picture on Facebook, it's kind of saving it to the like constant and stored in database. So
Yes. So if we're talking about like Facebook and picture, so a browser packs this image and send through internet to the server. And server like, okay, I got a new picture and it should be present at that page. So it puts this image somewhere and it puts this information that page of user A should contain image B. And then when this page is reloaded, then server looks into the database and understand, okay, user's page should contain this image. Let's pack all together, generate proper HTML and return it to the browser. Okay, let's then go to a little bit of coding. Yeah, so let me then show you exercise, and you can think and have a lunch if that won't break your digestion. So overall idea is let's have array of favorite dishes, and let's transform this array of favorite dishes into like elements on your page and favorite dishes. Yeah, well, I don't know if it's favorite or not, but anyway, let's have dishes and then we can work on this exercise.
With full stomach.
It's your choice. You can eat only half of sandwich.
Сделали двигатель, типа, ну, запихнули его в дом, но если при апдейте он проходит,
Yes. Renee, sorry, how yeah, how to
Oh yeah, pause here. No. Pause recording. Is that only me who can do that?
I don't know, maybe I can do it too, but I'm not fully trained. Yeah, I can.
We are resuming the session now after lunch.
I think you. Just stay warm. Yeah. I think it's in my phone. I was waiting for his call.
Jest nieprostanie, że
Sorry, didn't see you. And I don't know what to do. You got something.
nie
But a really small piece of it.
Yes, yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
then it's like an right? So in case you don't die, you can. That's
Çok uda GitHub slash
Yeah,
Linux
that's what I'm trying. You look a little bit tired.
Я ничего не вижу,
I
я
don't know if
стала
it's
старая.
on the pick or something.
You only came after eating the cake.
Last 24, I kind of not lied before, but I wanted to put really emphasis on the fact that the homework was of course important, but what you put into it was even more important, right? But that being said, student perspective, that homework also matters, no? So Alina will just say a few words.
Yeah. So it's totally up to you if you decide to do your homework or not to do your homework. That's totally up to you, but my experience is, I got hired with, so to say, zero experience. When I got my full-time job, I had 3 months of experience working in a small startup. When I got my internship at a startup, I had zero experience, and that's the situation to which you are coming, actually. Homework is a good way to first get feedback to your code, because when you apply to jobs, one crucial thing is how you write your code, because other stuff you can learn. You can learn how to make like complex components, work with different libraries and frameworks and whatever comes to the company's mind. But the most important thing is how you approach to solve issues, how to approach to complex things, how to you approach to like different tasks. And homework is the way to showcase your skills. And what I actually highly encourage you to do is, right now you're on JavaScript and you're going to build some small projects as your homework. Once you reach React, I really encourage you to maybe try rewrite this project in React. So you have separate small projects in which you can show, okay, I can do these things and these things and these things. I got my internship only because of the homework that I had on my GitHub. At the interview, I just opened my homework repository and I was like, okay, guys, right now I'm studying this, and this. I can do this stuff and this stuff. And that's how I got the internship. When I was looking for my full-time job, I have some side projects, as you can see. And you just open, I don't know, just Google JavaScript or React beginner projects. You open YouTube, follow like different tutorials. That's also the way to learn and to build up your skill set. So please don't ignore homework, because that's a great chance to get reviews to your code. Maybe fix something, because it really matters how you write your code. Other things you can learn. That's it.
When did you get your internship?
I got my internship when I was on this second module of React. Yeah, so I knew JavaScript, SQL, never worked with it, but and a little bit of React. And at that point, I could get a job. It's an internship. Sorry, what?
Did you learn something before?
No. Yes, so it was, but I also studied like on my own. I built some small projects. I sometimes like Googled more stuff, more in details, more in depth. But yes, it was mainly just JS, which I learned here, and a little bit of React. And at that point, I could get internship. And of course, I had to deal with like TypeScript I've never worked on before. But if you already have some experience, some showcase, it doesn't really matter. So please do your homeworks. Yeah, because like you will send like a bunch of CVs and people have no idea who the heck you are. No idea. So they open your resume, which they rarely like read really like in detail. Nobody cares about it. They just open your GitHub, see, okay, she's a bit crazy. She's like coding every day. Maybe she's interested in what she's doing, or he or whatever.
So please do your homeworks. Really get interested in what you are doing because that's what really matters. Yeah.
So beside our homework, if we have like a side hustle, just like coding every like 4 or 5 times a week and just fill it out in our GitHub, does that count as well? Like to see that we are active.
No, it's like still more kind of marketing activity.
Yes.
Because you can send like messages. I mean, you can't like, but quality of message still matters because you can do like 1 line change every day. And like, okay, would it make your project to be nice? No, it's like kind of spam.
Yeah.
So that's why if you want to make a good impression, it's like just in any other area of the life. You just need to propose something nice to
If
like
you just
employer.
want to fill up those squares, yeah.
Yes.
Squares, you can, I don't know, add 1 line of code every day. But it's better if you take 1 small project and you make it really, really nice. With really good structure. Like if you write really well-structured code, maintainable code, that's what really matters. And homework gives you a chance to build up this skill to write a good code and get review. And so it's also a chance for you to see, okay, how the code is reviewed, because at your job, you're going to be reviewed 100 times per day. Literally, like for whatever you do, you're going to get reviews. And it's also a huge skill to learn how to accept these reviews. So you're not like, ah, shit, it's like all wrong, I should just quit and don't do it. No. So this thing could be also learned. How you approach to the task, how you accept feedback, that matters. All libraries and everything can be learned. Yeah.
When it comes to homework, like when I see, okay, I know I read a lot about the string, boolean, if, everything, and when I open the task, I don't know from what to start, what to do. Like, yeah, when I can even code. I don't know the concept even from how to start.
Yeah, you know, the question is like, it's the probably main skill that you need to like master. I mean, the like how to decompose the problem and how to face it.
Should
And
write it on the paper or
yeah,
You should, I guess, kind of figure out your own system, how you approach to things. Because sometimes if I have some complex components, well, I don't want to get really too technical, but sometimes, yes, I take a piece of paper and just kind of mark up things, like how the data flows and everything. Again, I don't want to get too technical. Sometimes, yes, I take a piece of paper and write some stuff. But yes, you have to master the skill when you have.
I don't even know from where to start.
unfortunately, that's like you need to suffer through that.
Yes.
Typing Google, how to start.
Just start from HTML and CSS, not
No, no.
want to add some creative part in the
CSS is so easier, much easier.
No, it's like a matter of experience. So you need to try and play, fail, try something stupid, fail, try something like another stupid, fail.
Look at this.
You just described my work. Workday.
But then, like, you know, like, oh, okay, these stupid things can be glued together and it's something like smart.
Because this was the system. I just tried to find the void assistant in the Google, and there was like to recreate a voice by text.
No, it's definitely you would get completely another answer to this question.
Another question.
So it would be like how to it would be really voice assistant. So how to work with sound, how to transform it to text and back. But kind of in this case, it's like just simple like questions answer robot.
If I remember, it's like array of objects or something, yeah, that's. the
No,
code.
it's like you ask the robot to do something and it
And
does.
so it checks if it includes.
Yeah, so
some
for
array.
example, my name, when you write my name is, it should remember that, and when you ask what is my name, it returns, or like hello.
Yeah,
blah,
so
blah.
yeah, Googling voice assistant, that's not the best option here. I would Google some more technical stuff, like how you work with like array of objects or like whatever strings in data.
And we have another best.
If you really suffer, and you can check out how other people in previous classes did it. Don't copy the code. It's not your goal to copy the code. You can check out, I checked out how other people did it, just to see where I can start. It's okay if you really don't know what to do.
I'm just afraid that I will try to check all the time.
Mm,
Give yourself
it's-
some time to try to figure it out on your own. Let's say you start doing homework. You're struggling for half an hour, no idea, no clue what I'm going to do. Then, okay, let yourself like check out. That's probably a bad advice. Actually, no, it's not a bad advice because you will have to read other people's code all the time. All the time. I have to do it and I have no idea what to do. This is the code that I have right now. But yeah, that's also a skill you have to master. Just please do your homework.
TLDR. Okay, so let us actually start with like return to exercises and do some coding. So let us do this exercise called favorite dishes. And please don't tell me that you don't like food. So this list should be empty.
Last night, I was out the night, so before it was started, I was like, purple color.
Yeah, that's not, that's actually, that's not more. No, no. You can create, calls, yeah, like what you do, yes. Then, what you instead of month and that's why you're going. Okay, because it's with this approach, you can unlock yourself instead of by just, solve this problem. Yeah, because like now we are trying to break the wall with the head. Like concept of the business, of the questions.
А зачем вы Закажи вам новое название, да,
Ah, man, and it's the JS. It's. But still, so we can share. Okay, what's it? I know what's it. Well, it's anything for life. There is such thing. There is one box. Then it's okay, I know. Then it's really because it's trying to But you don't always picture. Yes, there was a three and then it's flower, that's all. The invitation for very. Tomorrow, I don't. I know something about that. I was Yeah, it's good.
Seni güçlü
Yeah, because we but it's also it's like it's not no, yeah, I got there's no it's like tomorrow whenever you cannot find it. Yes. Yeah, Yeah. Thing about it, has to walk. It's not very good, basically, c'est le varié, le fait que
The rest. Yes. One way or another. Over there, that's the line is saying. That's not. No.
Anton, yeah. We have one more I was expecting to see but we need to create in the notepad. No, it comes back to the local. You don't need to combine with it. You just need to bring creativity jobs. Yeah, you can prove it to be on and how each step is great. You're not yeah. We can okay. And then you can in the files, press F5 in my books on the arrows and get it. So this would be very interesting because students pretend like yeah. Index. You have a problem with the index. Right now. На практике обычно делают,
Yeah, that's right.
Do you want to? Do you want to?
Yeah, все равно не может быть,
This is very selection margin.
But I think it's, it's so Christmassy. Did you do it? Finish? If you need to tell, you could tell me everything.
Oh, yeah.
No, but I need to. You know, something about children. We'll see.
Downtown, we have downtown. We have downtown in Austin. We don't have downtown. Office is flat. There's no downtown. We have downtown in Austin. This is flatter than this thing.
Oh, it's not. Car. Comment, I can.
I have been in Oslo once. I think it was part of in 2019. I've been mostly in Finland. A lot of buildings, like you, when you come out of the station. And then I stop, like when I come out of the station, to the right, I stop like the red. I was waiting now for the night. The train on. No, no,
Did you get it?
the girls were it's white. Elsa? Are you ready to go?
I think we have to wrap up because next, we still have some people. So that's not enough time to. Sorry, my bad.
No, we can talk about during Christmas party.
Yeah, okay. We don't have.
No, we want to continue partying, take place in the song.
We play Uno? Uno, dos, tres.
It's like we did very nice parts, and we did instead of thinking of city, you know, it's hard, it's big, it's hard, it's like cold.
Like, and yes. But you need to say something.
Tell like, okay, guys, we are right now. So, as far as I understand, most of as far as I understand, most of you already finished this task. Like, sorry, we have one more theme to discuss for today, but it's my bad. There is not enough time to do this, and I feel that all of us are a little bit tired, so it's time to. And I would ask Thomas to teach you what we missed for today next time. Yeah, it's about events. You can see this. Where is this lesson plan? Yes, so this means that about homework, if you're not able to do this, that's also fair.